Oh my god, my head is not great. But there's a bunch of reasons why. Thanks, Miffy. Yeah, I had to adjust my schedule so many times because I didn't want to be fucked up for the diving. And you can see there's like a mild like sunburn or like abrasion right here because that's also where I was wearing a hood. And it's like right here. I think I got like a little sunburn here and like a little bit here. Yeah, I'm certified, but I have to wait for my card to come in, and I have to send them a mugshot basically. Yeah, open water. Then I'm gonna go dive some more and then get advanced certification so I can go down like 130 feet. Also, my ears are a little bit plugged still. Like things sound weird right now. There's a slight pressure in my ears still. Oh my god, shit is spinning. Like the MDDS, like things are just like woo. What did Void think of the experience? Well, I don't think he's tuned in the stream right now, so I'll tell you he fucking sucks. Not because he is trash, but because he has problem equalizing. So if he's my partner. When you dive, you have to dive with a partner. You have to descend like together to not lose track. This motherfucker takes 10 years to descend and I'm literally just AFK waiting, just hovering at the same height, and he has to go up and then go down and then go up a little more and then go down because his ear is fucked up. So he doesn't equalize as well. And then I just left. So I was just like, I don't know if I'm supposed to keep waiting for him because we said we were gonna go down, so I just went down. And then my instructor looks at me, and then you can't talk underwater, so I'm trying to signal to them. I'm like, and the instructor goes, and then I look at him, and he's just slowly coming down, and I'm just like, okay, well, I'll just wait. I look up, and he's still at the surface. Any plans to take it past advanced? I don't know. I think it depends where my life goes, but I'm really interested in advanced and then going into underwater photography specializing and wreck diving. I don't think I'm going to be interested in cave diving though, but it depends. I don't know. I might. We'll see. Thanks L-Man, thanks for the 5 milfs, and thanks for the sub, thanks Miffy and Eularian. I mean, the caves, look, all the situations of the caves are like, they are doing poop RP. The caves that I do want to go into are like massive caverns that there's no way for you to lose track of which colon you entered from. Like, ain't no way. Those are stupid. Like, you should not be going into poop RP caves. You want to go into the gaping ones, the gaping asshole caves. Yeah, my ears definitely sound kind of weird. The people that die in the cave diving is like, okay, so one, you shouldn't be going into that cave. There's literally a sign that says there is nothing here worth looking at. Do not enter. And these motherfuckers are like, no, that's not good. You shouldn't do that. No. And then definitely would follow a guide for those caves. But I mean, I'm not like super particular about that. I think wreck diving is really interesting though, because you get to see really old stuff, like sitting down there for a while. Yeah, that shit will say like, danger, stay outside. Oh my god, a 2-inch hole? I gotta go in there, bro. This hole is made for me. Yeah, no. Diver A and Diver B. Diver 1 and Diver 2. I was just talking with Void, I was like, I can't believe we were just 2 months ago, we're like, yo, let's get scuba certified. Okay, and then now we're like, quest complete, scuba certified. We just fucking did that shit, just like that. Things bream, and people are so nice. Things young goon. Dude, I made so many new friends. Everybody's so nice. All like, I don't know what it is about like people that do water stuff are generally really nice, except for surfers. surfers get really territorial if you're in their water, but outside of the water, they're nice. So generally, anybody that does like water shit are super, super nice. But then, however, people that dive and scuba, they want to share. They don't gatekeep. Gatekeep? Fishermen and surfers gatekeep because they don't want their spots taken by other people. But because it takes so much more resilience to scuba dive, people don't gatekeep. Did you think that message was so funny you were gonna type it twice? Because it wasn't funny. I ignored it the first time and you didn't let me ignore it in peace. Can't even ignore somebody in peace nowadays. But as I was saying, no, surfers are not fucking chill. They are very territorial and there's like a hierarchy or like a queue etiquette that if you don't follow it, they will fucking be like, yo, get out of the water, bro. Get out of the water. Get out of the water, bro. Like, they will literally yell at you. They are territorial as fuck because you can't have multiple people per wave if you want to, like, have fun with it. Yeah, they're like, get out of the water, dude. Oh god. Thanks not Tabitha. What are dive plans? Well, I want to go to Bahamas and then dive again in probably like any of the tropical areas, probably like Thailand, Bali, and probably dive in Vancouver, and then do wreck diving. But because I did my certification in cold California water, that's like training in hard mode because it's way worse. Yeah, I'm fucking spinning right now. MDDS is when you're on a boat for a while and you get off the boat, you have sea legs. Not like literally sea legs, but everything looks like it's wavy because your body adjusted to it, and that's why I don't get seasick, because I adjust really easily. Easy peasy. Yeah, I got fucking sea legs, bro. The certificate is global, yeah. But the thing is, our dive instructor was like telling us that we're giga chads because people that get dive certified in the Philippines or something, when they come to cold water in California, they're like, oh my god, it's so cold, and then they like freak out because the water gets in their face, they get like shocked or like they're not used to it and they just freak out because diving in warm water is so easy. So then we trained in the cold fucking water. That shit was so cold because it's also March. It hasn't really warmed up yet. Did I go with Drew Levin? No. We were at Catalina at the same time, but he was on a charter. We were not in the same area. I was in like the baby's first derby, the little like ledge area that's like very baby, and he got dropped off in the boat charter. So they go like deep and then you walk off. And then that's what we did today. We went to the Channel Islands. We went to Channel Islands and there were so many fucking flies. I have pictures. I have footage on my GoPro, but it wasn't a lot because most of the time we have to do lessons. Usually how my program worked was like the day. Oh well, I'll just describe the whole process. It was 2 weeks of 2 weekends each, so 4 water days. 2 of them are pool sessions and then 2 of them are open water diving. So we did pool, ocean, across 2 weeks. We just booked it back to back. And the ocean sessions are also working on skills. So pool is like focusing on skills, like how you use your equipment, whatever, and then ocean is the same thing. But then for the ocean dives, they do 3 dives, so 1, 2 skill, and then usually on the 3rd one you just jack off and just have fun. But I was really fucking cold. I have my own wetsuit. The only thing I don't have of my own is BCD and tank and regulators. And then, yeah. I have my own wetsuit, I have a hood, I have a inner layer for rash guard layer. I have booties, gloves, fins, I have my scuba mask, and snorkel. Just no BCD, regulator, and tank. Thanks, Darren. How deep was the pool? Like 12 feet? See any fish? Yeah, there's fish. One of them swam pretty close and was like sniffing us. But I was more focused on the skill stuff because they have to make sure you know how to do the skills. The worst one was you have to take your mask off at the like 30 to 40 feet in the ocean. You take your mask off, the water rushes up because you don't know how to, because it's like your first time doing it. Water goes up your nose because you're not prepped for water going in. Water goes up my nose and I'm just coughing into my regulator. It's the thing you breathe from. Just put the mask on and then you try to purge it and the water was not fucking coming out because my mask is being a little bitch. But the whole time, the most important thing is you have to stay calm and just breathe, and you just suck air out of your and it's all good. Very easy. Well, to me it was easy. It's the evil fish that gets territorial and beats the fuck out of them. Barracudas do that. Is it hard not breathing in through your nose? I didn't think it was hard, but it's uncomfortable at first because there's constantly water here. But you're also not gonna be able to breathe through your nose because your scuba covers your nose. It forms a vacuum around your eyes and your face so that there's no air for you to even breathe in. You have to breathe through your mouth. You've been chased by a clownfish? That's fucking hilarious. That's like being chased by a snail. You found chunks of vomit mold? Yeah, I know. I mean, I try not to think about it, but the place I went to was really, really like good. Really like well rated. I think if you're traveling and you go to some bum ass place and you rent, that chances of that is probably pretty fucking high. Like, it's gotta be nasty. But yeah, they say two people that I dove with had stories of somebody throwing up in their regulator. The vomit gets everywhere, and then the fish just come and eat it, and then it clears up, and it's all good. The fog of war. The fish just come. Yeah, they assemble. Yeah, I was coughing into my regulator when water went up my nose because of the massacres. We all agreed that's the worst exercise because the cold water shocks your face and you have to prep to make sure water doesn't go up your nose. Pain in the ass. But it was fine. It was chill. Yeah. People, actually it's not like too uncommon to vomit because if you have some kind of acid reflux and gas comes up because you're like going up and down, which affects the volume of gas, your stomach acid might come up, and then it's just gonna feel in your throat. Is certified for life? Yeah. But I mean, technically you should take a refresher course if you didn't dive in a while, but I don't think they check. How physically tiring? It's only as physically tiring as bad you are at your balance and buoyancy and trim. Your trim is like how well you're able to balance being horizontal, and usually what happens with noobs is they exert a lot of energy trying to like orient themselves with their hands and feet, which is bad because you're exerting a lot of energy and you're not supposed to use your hands. You're supposed to depend on your air and your BCD, which is your buoyancy control device, to stay level. And if you're like, yeah, if you're flailing a lot, you're gonna get really tired, you're gonna breathe a lot of air, like use more than you should. But that's mostly practice. I don't think it's really not that tiring, but the most tiring thing is carrying the fucking tank above water. Oh my god. That shit is so fucking heavy. The fucking tank. Like, You, I have a roller bag for all my equipment, and then I roll the bag, but I can't also carry the tank rolling back. So every time it's 2 trips, and I carry the tank. And then, so not only that, you have to strap the tank onto your vest and your weight belt because the salt water is more dense. You have to add weight. I have a weight belt weighing 10 pounds plus an additional 8 pounds in my vest, plus the tank, plus the vest. And if you're wearing all that and you have to like walk to where you're supposed to enter, that is the worst. That is so sore. That's why it's better to just like walk off the boat. Yeah, it's a lot. Taking off your suit to be the most tiring, yeah. I didn't know the boat etiquette was like, they have this little thing you put your knee on, and then like the one of the deckhands take your fins off for you, and they're like, okay, and then you pass them your weight belt. I was like, oh, I didn't know they were taking my fins off for me. Thanks. Not gonna lie, seafarers are kind of hot. Like it's like toned, muscular men, like hauling boys, pulling rope, and then just like doing all this technical stuff. I'm like, okay, flirt. Yeah, and they're just like cool. They're just yeah, seafarers. I think deckhand sounds cooler, but deckhand is not necessarily knowledgeable. The pussy flies were crazy. I mean, that's not normally, apparently. That was like really abnormal. There were so many flies because the temperature change and the recent heat wave made them all hatch early. It's like everybody on deck was saying they had never seen this many before, which was insane. They were just like crawling all over us. It was disgusting at first, and then you get used to it. It just feels like a little tickle everywhere. But then I was looking at all the flies and I was like, if these flies were pink and blue and yellow, would I mind? No. But it's because they're gray and kind of gross. And then that made me realize, this is pretty privilege. And then it actually made me feel significantly better. That I was like, if they were pink, would I mind? Significantly less. Yeah, they just crawl, but like if you just... They move immediately if you move near them at all. Is my forehead sunburnt? Yeah. But that's also where I was wearing a hood. So it's extra irritated. That's where my hood ended. So it's extra irritated here. I just have a line. Maybe I should put the JJK like lobotomy line or something. No, they weren't mosquitoes. It was I think they just breed at the kelp forest or something. Yeah, the Kenjaku stitches. I don't know. I never watched past season 2 of JJK. I only know JJK lobotomy. Oh, lobotomy Kaisen. It shows up randomly. Yeah, my shit is spinning. Like, the room is spinning, the monitor is spinning. I'm not nauseous, it's just... things are like... Thank God I'm not nauseous. Well, we saw seals, sea lions. I think Void saw a leopard shark and an octopus on the 3rd dive. I didn't go on the 3rd dive because I was so cold. It's fucking freezing right now. Especially when you're down there. Is your lung capacity good? I would say it's pretty good, but like, you don't hold your breath below water because you die. Yeah, it's like you die. You straight up will die. You never want to hold your breath. That's like the #1 rule that they hammered into our head, is you always are breathing. because if you get in the habit of holding your breath, as you're ascending, your lungs will burst. Because as you go up, the there's less pressure, so your air in your lungs expand and expand and expand. If they're not going anywhere, you die. So that's why you go. Yeah, you do not want that shit. Yeah, and then also, like, one of my diving instructors smoke. I don't think your lung capacity even matters. It's more so breathing technique. Yeah, people be diving and they like smoke between every dive. Darth Vader. Darth Vader would be a good scuba diver. Yeah, they smoke. Does he fill it with vape juice? No, but then there's nitrogen narcosis that happens, and you basically get drunk off your tank if you go too low, and the nitrogen that you inhale is like making you loopy. I'm pretty, yeah, I think, let me make sure. Nitrogen narcosis. Yeah, it basically makes you drunk. It happens. It's a similar state, nitrous oxide. Yeah, when that happens, you just ascend a little bit. Cause you just get kind of like, whoa, loopy. And then apparently, if you're very sensitive to being drunk, you're more likely to get that. And then when they said that, me and Void looked at each other like, uh-oh. Yeah, you'll get narked. Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. What is it exactly? Is it nitrogen like staying in your blood? You straight up get hallucinations. Oh my god. What if you smoke weed and scuba dive and you probably fucking die? Yeah, I mean, recreational diving doesn't really go deeper than 40. 30 to 40 is like where most things are. Your dive instructor took you down to 100 feet on your first class? That person needs their teaching license taken away. That is insane. Like, they should never teach again with that. That's fucking crazy. For the record, open water scuba certification, which is the first one you get, allows you to dive 60 feet. So that means if you're training, you're like 40 feet or 30 to 40 feet. Going to 100 feet accidentally is incredible negligence. That teacher needs to never teach again. Does that include night diving? I think night diving is a specialty class. Diving instructor counting students and said 60% are missing. That's fucked. Unless you meant 100 meters? Thanks, BM Maniac and Super Femboy.
Daph the diver.
thought it was 60 feet. Oh yeah, maximum allowed depth 60 feet. No, no way they meant 100 meters. Yeah, 100 meters even deeper. You know what's really fucking annoying is like reading through. So they gave us a workbook that you read through the whole thing and it teaches you a lot of stuff, like technical stuff, and it's all feet and meters. And then I'm like, that's two numbers I have to remember instead of just remembering meters. Like, what, can we not fucking do this? You fucking imperial cucks, like, oh my god. Can we just do metric? Think smooth, jabby. Yeah, I just prefer meters, like, what the hell? What a bit, in a bit. Nuh-uh, I don't like it. I'm spitting. I'm so spitting. But, we had the written exam yesterday, which was like 50 questions. I got 4 wrong because like 2 of them I just straight up didn't know. And then another one I got tricked. And there was this girl that me and Void were like, what the fuck? The teacher would say something and be like, okay, the number 1 rule, blah, 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 is because this is blah, 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 this, and it's like, does everybody understand? Yes. This one girl says, no. And then the teacher goes, what do you not understand? Which part? And she goes, can you repeat, everything? I didn't, and then another point later, one of the things was, okay, they're going over the worksheet questions because we had worksheets, and it was like, what is the number 1 cause of aquatic life injuries on divers? And it's self-defense from animals. They usually just like react because you're threatening them or whatever. And she goes, what if there's sharks? Don't you have to like assert dominance or something? And I was like, is this the average person? Like, is this the average person? Thanks, D2 and a daph Molnar. I was like, what? I don't. Average is even worse? Does she look high? No, I think she's a little dank. I had the feeling that she was a little dank even before this because we went on a dive or 2 together. And it was just like, things were just like not processing in her head, I think. And I was like, oh, girl. Dank good? No, like, feels dank, man. Oh, this was like, I don't know how old she was. I think she was like 20 something. This is a girl that panicked on the water. Yeah, it is. I found out what happened because we were like, what happened was, so one of the also very important rules that was hammered into us is if something is wrong when we're doing our training underwater, like 30 to 40 feet deep, is you do not, under any circumstances, panic and just go up immediately. That's a really, really bad habit because if you normalize that behavior, what happens if you do that in deeper water? You fucking die. So what happened was we were doing it was the fucking mask takeoff thing, I think. Yeah, she was supposed to like let water into her mask and then purge it. But how that works is you take your mask and you open it a little bit, let some water in, and then you hold the top. You don't move it up. You hold the top and then you breathe out through your nose and it clears all the water out of your mask. But she was like, instead of purging it by keeping the pressure on the mask, she just like flipped it up as if she was pouring water out of her mask. But that doesn't work when you're underwater because water's just gonna seep in. So she couldn't get the water out of her mask. She panicked and swam up. But then when we asked her what happened, she was like, oh, I was trying to like fix my mask, but the instructor kept swatting my hand. And I was like, oh, we were like, oh, that's really weird. What happened? Like, why would he keep swatting your hand? Turns out it's because she was purging her mask wrong. You weren't supposed to like lift it like this. It's not like swimming where you're above water and you like let water out. No, you press it down at the top and breathe out your nose while looking up, and then the air from your nose pushes the water out. But she was not doing that properly. That's why the instructor was like, you do not touch your mask like that. And then she freaked out, and then yeah, I was like, damn. I think it's also like it's also muscle memory and intuition, because most people don't operate under like 40 feet in the depth. How do you communicate with hands? It feels instinctual to be like, oh, there's water mask, let me pour it out. No, but like not really. That's why they have to train it and really drill it into your head how to do that. And they're like, no, 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 you're doing it wrong. Do it again. But also the water was really fucking cold. The one exercise that we all hated doing was taking your mask completely off, because if you're not prepared and you don't have your nose hole like readily closed, salt water, like stingingly sharp salt water will go up your nose a little bit, depending on how quick you close your nose. As you take your mask off, then you have to put it back on and then purge. It's very uncomfortable if you're not used to it. That's why they try to get you to get used to it by making you do that. Yeah, they made us like take it off and then breathe for a minute, just like just making sure that also just trains exposure to having your nose and your eyes open to the water, not having your mask on, and just breathe. And always calm down. Very important to stay calm, because you always have your air. You just breathe. You do pool lessons first? Yeah. We did pool, ocean across 2 weekends in 2 weeks. You taught me this shit? Yeah, I fucking wish I did this shit when I was a kid. I wish I did this shit when I was a kid. I would have fucking loved it. But my dad was... I think he just like didn't know you're supposed to give your kids enrichment and experiences. he just kind of like let us passively exist. Yeah. You were a lifeguard for summer, your mom still doesn't think you know how to swim? Well, how would she know that you don't know how to swim? Because she never gave you swimming lessons, so she's like... Yeah, I'm just spinning. I need to take a breather every now and then because the room is fucking like... going like this. What else happened? Let me think. Well, my mask would never purge the first time. I had to do it like 4 or 5 times. And then I was just, water went up my nose and into my nasal cavities, and I was just like coughing into my regulator. But I never felt panic. Maybe because I'm just a fucking Giga Chad. I had, like, there was no point at any of the diving, anything that I felt any kind of worry. Even when I'm, like, swimming underwater, it just feels like, I'm piloting. I feel like I'm in a mech suit. I don't know how to explain it. And another scary thing for a lot of people that I just didn't even care about was, there's this entry technique that you take to get in the water from a boat, because when they just drop you into deep water, is you just stand on the ledge and you just take a big stride forward, and the drop is like 6 feet. I just like, easy, whatever. The whole time the instructor was like, this is really scary. I know, even I get scared sometimes. And then they were standing there and they're like, they look back and say, oh, I'm still a little nervous. And I'm like, you have it, there's no way. There's a video of it. I have a video. Where'd it go? Girl, you're not gonna do a split. Okay, I don't know why they filmed this in slow motion. That's me. Big stride, and then poof. And then the whiplash kind of made my strap go up. I had to fix it. And then you signal. Okay. Yeah, I had to put my strap back down. My big ass tank. And then aura. You have to signal that you're okay. You either go like this or you go like this when you drop down. Yeah, I mean, how tall is that? That looks... I use myself as a gauge. Oh, that's like 5 feet? You have the breathing and snorkel? Yes, it's actually recommended you have breathing and snorkel on because you use the snorkel when you're on the surface because sometimes you swim to the dive spot and then go down. This saves air. Air conservation is very important. Can you signal this? No, because that's too small. You have to do this. And usually if you're on the surface and you're like just chillin', snorkel saves air. Did I die? No. I ain't no pussy. Very fun, very cool. But I will say my head has a bit of pressure right now. I think there's some my ears might be a little waterlogged. Ding, ding. Will I go see the Titanic now? That shit's like 3,000 feet deep. Hell no. I'm certified to go 60 feet. You think that's good enough? You guys have earplugs in pools? Oh, if you use earplugs and you dive, you die. Yeah, you do not want a closed airspace because you can't equalize. If you can't equalize, you die. You can't do XYZ, you die. You can't blah blah blah, you die. You don't have this precaution, you die. But it's very extreme, but a lot of these cases are like there's so many different fail-safes that if you failed like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's severe negligence and you should not have gone to that point because there's so many backup options for like if you run out of air, if you're with somebody, what kind of ascent you should do, what emergency precautions you should take, like all that is accounted for. And if you still die, that is genuinely a skill diff. It's like driving, it's not like driving at all because you do not have other people in the ocean running you over with a submarine and there was nothing you could have done about that. You could have done everything right and still get run over. It's not like that. Diving is all entirely your responsibility to make sure that you are always with somebody and to check their gear, to check your gear, you check each other's gear, make sure your tank is full, everything. It is not like driving at all. Because driving, you can do everything right and still just get fucking T-boned by somebody that just didn't give a fuck. Your friend go diving, he got ran over by a submarine. You know what's no, or maybe your friend went diving and the submarine pinged something and your friend just exploded. It's like the ding 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 ding. Doesn't it like fucking blow you up or something? But one really interesting thing that I have never thought about was our instructor was like, the reason a lot of bigger animals, like people's general first fear is, oh, we don't know, like if sharks are gonna attack us, like what if there's something scary down there, right? Most of the time sharks don't give a fuck, but they might be curious because there's nothing on the food chain that blows bubbles the way we do. And I was like, oh my god, I never thought about that. Like, they don't blow bubbles like us. We constantly have do. So then they're like, the fuck is that? That's not food. That's fucking weird. I don't want to fuck with that. Unless they're, like, I mean, there are exceptions, like great whites will just take a bite out of you if they're curious. But generally, sharks especially, they hunt from below. So if you're already same level as them and they're like, the fuck is that? Like, they're not gonna go. Would you die if you hold in a fart? I would be more impressed that you were able to hold in a fart for that long ascending. I mean, theoretically speaking, your asshole would implode, but like, you would be holding in that shit so fucking tight, like Spider-Man with the train scene. Ain't no way you're clenching your ass that tight. Because gas expands if you go up. You're gonna have to be holding your ass so tight while ascending. There's no way that doesn't like slightly come out. And the gas would have to be developed while you're down there, because as you go up, it gets bigger, the bubble. But I don't think you vacuum sealed your ass. That would be really impressive, though. Because then you surface with a fucking blown out asshole. That would be really funny. Probably not for the dive master. Thanks, Caniac. Yeah, the fucking tightest asshole muscles anybody has ever seen. Gas expanding would push poop out? I mean, this is very, very specific, and I don't really think this is something that happens. I mean, if you shit yourself, it's not really a big deal. Scuba diving, like, it's not... Whether or not you shit yourself is not going to be a life or death situation. But, what would I know? I don't know. I've never shat myself. Yeah, that's it. I was gonna say I never shat myself in the ocean, but I straight up never shat myself. If you shit yourself diving, it's in your wetsuit, smeared up all the way up and down your backside, because the wetsuit works by trapping liquid between your skin and the suit. So you are warming yourself with your shit, just going up and down. That's why you don't want to pee in your wetsuit and you don't want to shit in your wetsuit. That's fucking nasty. Pee in somebody else's wetsuit. Just kidding, don't do that. That's fucking gross. That's even worse. You have to go to a decompression chamber after diving? No, decompression chamber is for if you fucked up. When you dive, you take precautions to make sure that you're... You know, oh my god, you guys, is this not so interesting? Like, how everything works? This is so interesting. I loved reading about this. But, so when you dive, you start at the deepest point. You have to plan your dives. It's like a whole thing to plan your dives. But because if you're generally going with a guide or somebody that is a tour and helps you, you just follow them and they will plan it out for you. But if you're like diving on your own, you have to really, really seriously plan it. And how it works is you start at the deepest point and then you have to plan how you go up. And usually how it goes up is they go up gradually. So then you are also automatically adjusting your nitrogen levels as you ascend. Because what happens, there's a decompression sickness which comes from the I need to double check. It's the nitrogen. Yeah, okay. So what happens is you're breathing a mixture, and your gas tank is a mixture of oxygen and nitrogen. When you go all the way down and you breathe the nitrogen and oxygen, the nitrogen stays in your body, and you don't want to stay under for too long because then you have too much nitrogen inside of you. When you go up a little bit, if you go up too fast, these nitrogen bubbles will burst and basically just fucking cause like very intense pain, aching, like nausea, because you have all these tiny bubbles, tiny air bubbles in you bursting. So that's why they have to go up slowly, because it gives you time for the nitrogen bubbles to disperse, to have less of a buildup. And that's also why, yeah, you can get like paralysis and brain damage and everything. It's the bends. So that's why you want to go up really slowly so that doesn't happen. And then not only once you go up slowly, you have to stay on the surface for a little while so that your nitrogen buildup doesn't add on top of more. Which is why there's like let me show you something. Yeah, if you have any kind of symptoms of decompression sickness, that's when they put you in a recompression chamber. Let me find. Oh shit, I forgot I could just open it on the screen. Basically, you have the recreational dive planner, this thing. People don't use this anymore because this shit is like caveman technology, because people just have computers computer is like a little device that calculates everything for you and tells you how long you've been in the water, when you have to go up, and how much nitrogen is inside of you. Recreational dive planner. They couldn't rescue him until they got him into a decompression. Yeah, because he probably has so much, like his bubbles are fucked. Basically, this, okay? Who the fuck wants to read all this? Nobody. Which is why they made technology to calculate this for you automatically. Yeah, this shit is fucking dank. But how it works is it tells you, it tells you how to plan dives. So if you're planning on going, oh, you can't see. So if you're planning on going like 40 feet, you go down, and this is how long, and how long you want to dive at that point. You look here and you're like, okay, let's say I want to dive at 40 feet for, what is that, 55 minutes? Then you follow this over here. Wait, no, you dive at 40 feet minutes? Fucking forgot. For a minute, and then you follow it over here to see how long your surface is. Oh yeah, that's how long I have to be at the surface for. And then you go back down here and you calculate all that. But they just do that shit for you. But this is all a precaution for making sure you don't have too much nitrogen buildup in your body and die. Because you have to be very careful of how you surface. Generally, recreational diving doesn't go deeper than 40 feet, and at 40 feet you can just go up immediately. They call that a no stop limit, as in like you can just go up whenever, you don't have to do any stops. But you should still, it's still good habit to go up slowly. I don't have a diving watch. I didn't even know what a dive watch was until like yesterday. And I didn't know that there were people that LARP dive watches, and they're like, people just like dive watches, but they don't dive. I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, now I'm allowed to wear a dive watch. Where they put computer? The computer is an actual like device that you wear on your wrist, and it calculates based on the surrounding pressure how long you've been underwater, and tells you how long you have left, how much time you have left, when you should surface, and all that, like, or if you need to do certain stops. Needing to do stops is if you go too deep, and then you have to surface really slowly to make sure your nitrogen bubbles do not burst inside of you and get decompression sickness. Very cool. Like, like, scuba diving is scary for people that don't know how many safety precautions they do for everything. Like, if you seriously get injured from decompression sickness, or you didn't do or like you get really hurt, or like worst case die, it's because you neglected a lot of steps. There's so many fail-safes in check to make sure that that doesn't happen. Now I'm reading about decompression. Your nose bled the only time you dived? Was it from equalizing? Sometimes people get lazy when they get confident. That was on the test too. That was on the test that was like, it is very dangerous to dive past your limits because blah blah. They hammer it in your head like you do not dive in any situation that you are not trained for, that you're not certified, because you will get overconfident and die. And that's why I bought this book that my instructor recommended. It was called Into the Planet by a cave diver who is one of the only people, I think the only person to have dived in an iceberg, under an iceberg cave. And she started cave diving by accident because her instructor at the time was just like, let's go cave diving. Then she goes, and she goes like cave diving regularly, never actually got certified for it. And then one time she just mentioned it to another diver in passing, like, yeah, we went cave diving, whatever, blah, blah. And then the guy clocked her and was like, wait, you're not certified, are you? Like from how you described it, there's a lot of things that you're missing, a lot of procedures that you just like did not go in detail about. And then she was like, and then she went and got certified with him, and then they got married. That was a summary my instructor gave. But yeah, that's incredibly dangerous. And it was called Into the Planet, and I ordered it, and I want to read it after I read Crime and Punishment. Yeah, it's so cute. Yeah, the most dangerous thing, Miriam. Can't believe we all have to cave dive. We do. Every single one of us. She's lucky. She actually got really fucking lucky. Like, cave diving like that with no safety training and certification and all that, it's so fucking dangerous. What would you do if someone snitched on you? There's nothing that they could do except, like, you are a fucking moron for not taking those safety precautions. If anything, like, other people would just not want to be your dive buddy. That's so cute that that's the official term. Dive buddy. You have to have a dive buddy. If you don't have a dive buddy, you do not dive. No, 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 no. I'm Psyduck and my dive buddy is Quagsire. Dive buddy. You not get certificate revoked? I don't think so. I don't think they revoke your certificate unless you were found like fucking fish left and right or something, and like being a massive scuba diving PADI. PADI is like the name of the overall organization that sets these standards. I don't think they would revoke your certification unless you were like very, very publicly being disgraceful under their name. Then they would be like, okay, we are hereby banning you from all water forever. And do not fuck the fish. Yeah. They will ban you from the water. Now I'm thinking, yeah, nitrogen narcosis. God, that really, calculating that really is stressful. There's even more math. There's so much math that goes into planning that I'm like, dude, I'd rather just pay a guide to take me through the dive as a tour than plan this shit out myself. Oh, God. Yeah, I would get a computer for that shit. I would definitely invest in a computer. Mamma mia. Shit is still like shit is still swaying for me. Any plans for my first dive? I might just go back to where I was. I mean, it's really not that deep. Like 30 feet where we just went today. I think I'm gonna go back when it's warmer. Oh, I need to fill in my dive log. I forgot about that. I have to do that one. Today? Yeah, I went diving today. We woke up at like 4 a.m. Because then the boat left at 6:30 or something, or 7. Yeah. If you need to take a ferry or a boat, that shit leaves so early. Yeah, dive log. Oh, mamma mia! I have to send them a mugshot for my card. Yippee! I don't think streams work 40 feet underwater. Send them this. I think that picture is too zoomed in. They do? Really? I mean, I want to go in a submarine. Underwater cables, the sharks are always biting. Stop fucking biting that shit, these ass sharks. Oh my god, everything is swaying. Someone just needs some 100k equipment, yeah. I am not interested in streaming a dive. That sounds like fucking ass. Does anybody hear that creaking sound? And this is a 3D simulation of how they might have imploded. They played on the news. What the fuck? Oh yeah, does that mean I can start doing underwater welding if I ever need money? Time to do arting. Is this Huning? Yeah, my art trade that I long overdue. Well, hopefully my fucking swaying disappears by tomorrow. In my asshole. I completed my side quest, scuba diving. Quest complete. The boat I went on had a hot tub. Void, my boy. Wait, did you see the video that Dustin said he sent it to you? Anyways, yeah, the boat that that chartered today, what we went on, had a hot tub, but then you can't get in it in your wetsuit. And I was too lazy to take my wetsuit off. And then I saw what everybody else did. Yeah, he sent it to you on IG. What everybody else did was they had a cup. They took the hot water in the cup and then opened the wetsuit and just poured it down. And then I did that too, and it felt so nice. But it also felt like I was peeing myself because you feel the water run down your leg. But it felt so nice because it was so cold. That was the fucking strat. These people knew what's up. It felt so goog. Oh, yeg. I did not pee myself because I didn't want to get pee on the inside of my wetsuit. That is gross. I don't want to get pee in my wetsuit. I don't feel like that's that hard to believe. I have my own like 7mm wetsuit. A 1mm I forgot the word. A thin layer, 1mm, a rash guard, and then I also have a hooded vest. And my own booties, fins, mask and snorkel, and gloves. But I don't have my own breathing setup. Those shits are expensive. Some fuckers is expensive. The higher end ones go for like 2,500. And I'm like, that has to feel like I'm suckling the air out of heaven or something. We're talking about scuba diving regulators. Yeah, I need a gold-plated rebreather. Oh, mamas. Advanced course next. They actually do have premium air that uses less nitrogen and more oxygen, but you have to be certified to use it. Otherwise you die. I don't know, you probably die. Anything goes wrong, you die. But it's also, there's so many safeguards, so things really shouldn't ever be going wrong. The ones are quieter? It was really cool. The whole like boat experience, and then you get your stations and how everything is set up. It was really interesting. I really enjoyed it. Just like knowing how everything worked. You walk on the boat and then everybody has like their own little cubby station number, and then they make sure that when you go up from the dive, they account for everybody. They ask your number, they put your stuff back, they take your weight belt. I love when like a hobby has been around for so long that they've kind of figured out how to min-max every little thing about it, and I'm just like, I'm just here to enjoy the ride. You guys got it all figured out. Yeah, there was an interesting note in the book that was like, should you dive when pregnant? No, there's not enough studies to find out what pregnancy, like what affects pregnancy while scuba diving. And I was like, that is very interesting. Does the baby just get like compressed? Do they just shrink? Do they turn PPL? What happens to them? The PPL baby. I don't know what would happen. Probably shouldn't do that though. Mom's dead! You can't do shit pregnant. Actually, swimming is a really good exercise for pregnant women. because it's really like the water makes their belly way less. So it's very comfortable. But my absolute fucking favorite thing about scuba diving is how fucking voracious my appetite gets after. I am eating fucking everything and everything tastes amazing and I clean and lick my plate in like 2 minutes. And then I immediately look over to Void's plate and ask if he's finishing that. Every time. Every weekend that has happened. And then this motherfucker goes like, I don't know if I'm gonna finish it. I don't know if I'm gonna get my ice cream yet. And I'm like, okay, well, fine. And then he doesn't get it, and I'm like, well, you should have fucking told me that you weren't gonna get it so that I could eat it. I'm just helping. I eat so much. It tastes so... I'm just... Feels great. Thanks, Rosarium and Kibses. I fucking love eating. Oh my god. Shout out eating for real. Shout out eating. Yeah, eating is so W. I agree. Shout out gluttony. Yeah. Me and Void just bought 1 million snacks too. Why the fuck do you have an underline under that text? What the hell is that? Shout out, I fucking love eating. Oh, I need to eat more. And then I then I took my typewriter out of the box. I just have to set up the ink ribbon, and I got fancy letter paper and envelopes for whatever bullshit I'm doing next. I put it on my vinyl shelf, where I put all my video game vinyl collections. I am just always up to some nonsense. Yeah, I wanted to like type cute letters or something. Maybe I'll... Oh my god, what if I meet a very handsome deckhand dive master seafarer? And then love blossoms on the chartered boat. And then we go diving together. What's a male club? I'm sure love blooms on a chartered boat all the time. I should get into wax sealing too. Oh god, you're right. That would be heat. Yeah, this is Hune's art trade that I'm overdue on. Oh my god, I feel like I'm still on a boat. My fucking room is moving. Oh. Oh, jeez. Oh no, I'm not nauseous. It's just like mildly annoying. It's just, it's just. It's not the end of the world. I think Void said his legs are really tired. You feel like you're still on the boat? Yeah, that's the MDDS. Mal de Debarquement syndrome. That like literally means bad disembarkment. Am I gonna try Crimson Dessert? No, because I looked at some gameplay and it just looked like, I don't know, I just didn't really feel like it was not, I didn't think it was an inspired game. It was just like, okay, if you want to play some MMORPG to pass time, here you go, but I don't want to spend my extra time playing an MMORPG. I want to do other stuff. It just seems very okay, which to me, if something is very okay and doesn't pique my interest in other ways, I am not interested. Because I'd rather spend my time doing something that I am interested in. Still thinking about the topic of the ocean. I need to swim. I need to go back in the ocean. I got so much better at like maintaining trim and staying horizontal and just like so much better. I became one with the water. I became one with the ocean. It does start feeling natural. I think Crimson Desert just looks like, it looks like a game that came out in, I don't know, 2015. I wasn't really interested. Like mechanics and everything. So whatever. Once I filming the dives, I filmed them a little bit, but I can't. I mean, it was hard to film that much today because I was trying to focus and pay attention to the lesson, our skill training, and it was also really cold. Am I gonna turn myself into a mermaid? I fucking wish I was a mermaid. Ever since I was a kid, I wanted to be a mermaid. To be able to breathe underwater and not have any pressure issues. Please, that's all I want. I just want to be a mermaid. Please. But no, can't. I want to be a mermaid. Oh, and then one of our dive friends was talking about how when you get advanced certification and other kinds of specialized certification, you can volunteer at aquariums or like work at aquariums to do the feeding the fish, cleaning the tanks, playing with the animals and stuff. Because you know scuba stuff. Did I let Void copy my notes? Well, we didn't study together. We had different tests. He got test version A, I got test version B. Pe penis B. Yeah, penis B. Our teammate that didn't do her homework was copying yours. She was copying? Wait, really? I thought she was just sitting AFK because when I looked at her paper, it was empty. She didn't know there were multiple pages. Oh. Oh. Yeah, and then she got caught. She was really cool though. Did she even want it? Well, she left her book at her mom's place, which was like really far because I think she like goes back and forth, so she didn't have time to do it. But some people did get really lazy and didn't read the workbook. It is pretty thick, and it took me, I think, like 4 to 5 hours to fully go through it and do all the work pages. But you had a week to do it, which I think is very reasonable. I did it in like 2 days, split in half, like 2.5 hours each. Some people just don't do that shit. Some people just don't. You really should though, because it tells you a lot of safety stuff. Should be paying attention. But I've always been a good student. Yeah, daph read. Oh yeah, I was reading it and like working on it at a cafe, and then I was so tired also, and I just like leaned my head against the wall a little bit, and then this girl just goes like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." It's always women looking out for other women, I know. Oh my god, that reminds me of something that happened on the boat that like it's not a big deal, but I'm like, this is something another woman would never do. Is there's a cabin, you go down a step. It's a pretty small cabin. It has like 4 layers of like or like 3 layers of bunk beds. 1 2 3 1 2 3. I'm taking a nap there. I hear some rustling about 20 minutes in. 2 old men came in there and just started changing. They just started taking off their clothes and changing while I was still in there, by the way. They didn't say anything. They didn't like, and I'm like, maybe that is just the norm, but I feel like you could have at least said something. Like, I just don't think women do that, because women from a very young age have always been taught to be extremely mindful of everything around them, because if they're not, they die. And these 2 old dudes just like came in and then I'm just like, I'm just gonna keep facing the wall because I'm incredibly uncomfortable and I don't know what to do. And yeah, it was like 2 old dudes. And I was like, oh god. Should I have shot them? I'm just kidding. Like, it's just, that's fucking nasty, bro. Even if there were 6'2" Chinese hunks, I would have gotten the ick, because I'm like, why are you just stripping down? I don't know you. You didn't say anything. That's a huge fucking ick. The room is spinning still. Is there no bathrooms? There are bathrooms. There's bathrooms. It's just kind of like gross how inconsiderate some people are. Oh my god, that just reminds me of the story of I saw some tweets of someone going like, when I was me at 19 years old, oh, this older man is talking to me. He totally thinks I'm smart and intelligent for my age, and he just thinks I'm interesting, wants to have a conversation with me. Me at 26, and then it was just blank. But yeah, let me remind you of the story of when I was 19 years old and I was waiting at the bus stop with 2 other people. This old man, like over 70 years old, with a veteran's license plate with a poppy on it, pulls up, honks his car at me, and I knew it was at me because he honked, and I was like, there's a little bit of a distance between the curb he pulled up on and the sidewalk I was waiting for the bus on. He honks, rolls down his window, and like gestures this. And I am a little bit like distanced from the other 2 people. They were waiting more closer to the bus stop pole, and I was closer to the bench. Gestures to me to come to the window. And I'm like, what? And then he asked, do you want a ride? Do you want to ride where you're going? And I said, no, I'm okay. And then he said, okay. Then he rolls up his window and drove away. That's when I saw his license plate. That was like the Remembrance Poppy veteran, whatever. And then I make eye contact with the 2 other people that were also at the bus stop, and they just look at me like, I should have shot him. He only asked me, yeah, he only asked me because we were standing like this. Like, let's say this is the bus stop. This is the bus stop, and then this is the bench. And then there was one person here, and I was kind of over here. So then when he pulled up, honking, he was here. So he looked straight at me. We were definitely all waiting for the bus. But yeah, that was a defining moment. No. When are we gonna make YouTube video with the drawings narrating these stories like C-Nanners with his Call of Duty? So I was sitting there, barbecue sauce on my titties. You had a guy insist on your... Insist? And you're like a 13-year-old girl, like you're not gonna be a strong, buff person with strength. That's fucking creepy. They need to die. They need to die. They should die. Oh, I think my laundry's done. 1 second. I have to be. I got these raisin snacks because it had Pokemon on them. They're just regular raisins, but it has Pikachu. Oh, that reminds me, I have to do a background check. I have to complete like a criminal background check for my next volunteer ventures. Because they have to make sure I'm not a fucking criminal. Which I'm not. Which also reminds me, the fucking IRS messed up on my file. They said that I have an overdue tax filing in 2036. And then they said I owe 40K because it was due in 2036. And I'm like, I sent it to my accountant and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And they said, you gotta call the IRS. I'm like, what the hell? They said that shit was overdue 10 years in the future? I have to, like, oh my god. Fucking ridiculous. Thanks, J. Cubone. Yeah, they're time traveling. They caught me from the future. Yeah, okay. These people are in charge of your money. Pain in the ass. I hate having to do any kind of like official government shit. They always take forever. This one time I was doing paperwork and this lady was like, what is your mother's maiden name? I answer her and then she was like, do you have your mother's birth certificate? And I was like, no. And then she looked at me like I was crazy for not knowing where my mother's birth certificate is. Like, bitch, I don't fucking know. But then I realized these people are they probably deal with like really slow people all the time. So I don't blame her. Like, I'd imagine the average person is like, what's a birth certificate? What? I don't know my birthday. Because if you ever had to do tech support, I'd imagine it's like that. That's why the DMV is the way it is. Thanks, AI Strat. The DMV, yeah. Oh, I got like yelled at one time at the like Canadian equivalent of the DMV, which is definitely not as bad, but they were like, we mailed you a provincial identity card at this time. Did you not get it? I was like, no. And they're like, did you know you came here at this date? And I was like, I don't remember. And they're like, this is identity fraud. Just letting you know this is incredibly serious. And if you're suspected for identity fraud, we will investigate. I was like, oh my god, I just didn't fucking remember that I came here like fucking 6 years ago. Jesus Christ. My bad. Fuck. Yeah, they're like, they do not fuck around. Identity fraud? I mean, oh my god, it's like going to a fucking walk-in clinic. Daphne? Daphne, for a pussy investigation? You said you had some suspicious discharge coming out? There was one time I went to a walk-in clinic. Somebody fucking recognized me and asked for a photo in the clinic. It was a guy. And I was like, oh, Sorry, I'm not comfortable taking a photo because we're kind of in a private area. Unbelievable. Deborah, for a huge vagina. Is there a Deborah here? We have your vagina results. I don't remember if that was the day that some random, I think they were like a homeless guy, maybe a little bit not mentally stable, also called me an F slur, called me the F slur when I was going to get my prescription. So that was an eventful day. I remember telling Hoon about it when it happened. That was the funniest thing was that was right after the stream. It was literally the day after the stream where I was like, guys, can you guys send me some pussy popping music? And then you guys sent me Arca, Zara Larson, like Pink Panthers, just a bunch of like super pussy popping music. Yeah, I think they didn't know what I was. I don't know. Was he old? No, he was like 30 or 40 something. Some kind of they then. They were not a K-Kona. I had a very America moment a while ago where the alarm went off, like emergency alarm, not just yeah, some kind of emergency went off at the building I was at. And my immediate thought was, that could be an active shooter, I might be dead. Like, this might be the last night I ever live. That, like, somebody could be patrolling the halls with a fucking AR or something. And it turns out somebody just set off the fire alarm. I was like, oh wow, very America moment right there. This is the end. Hold your breath and count to 10. But is Adele still making music? Now the shaking ass of the deli. Now the deli is smelly. Shaking ass in the deli. Now the deli is smelly. Wait, Void, did you get the footage? Was it cool? Shaking ass in the deli. Do I have a hot Pokemon? Buzzwole, because I really like muscular men. Like, I think I am only interested in dating muscular men from now on. I dated a muscular man in my past, and then dated a skinny guy after, and just like, I can't, when you lay on a muscular man's pecs, it's really soft, and it's like a lot there. And going to a skinny guy after a muscular man feels like this. I can't, it's just such a downgrade. I can't stand that. Like, I feel like if I bounce on it, they're just gonna snap in half. I can't. Yeah, like not even a straw bed, it's like cement. He liked having his pancake ass slapped, and he tried to sit on your lap. That shit hurt. That's funny. He liked having his pancake ass slapped is quite a sentence. I'm way too active for fat guys, sorry. Like, if I want to go on a hike and you start bitching and complaining 20 minutes in and you can't keep up, à la poubelle. I want to go scuba diving and you feel uncomfortable because you don't feel like you can fit anything, à la poubelle. Oh, I want to go do this activity and go rock climbing. Oh, you can't do it, à la poubelle. Oh, let's go to the gym today. Oh, you don't want to go to the gym, à la poubelle. No, thank you. What about skinny, frail bitches? Did I not just explain that they would literally snap in half? But also, I just get such an insane ick if they're somebody that watches Twitch. Like, I just fucking... My pussy just shrivels up if they, like, know Twitch a little too much. My pussy just dries up like the Sahara, and then flies come out like the 8th plague in the Bible summoned by Moses or some shit. Like, I want to stay far away from that kind of culture if it involves my dating life. I just cannot. The 8th plague got nothing on that ship today, that's what I'm saying. Like somebody that goes like, oh, I love streaming, streaming's my passion, I just love the culture, I gotta go. If my date said poggers IRL, I shit you. I'm really bad at concealing my expression of how I feel. If they did that, I shit you not, I would look at them with the full force of... Actually, my dog needs to wipe his ass. I have to go. Goodbye. Leave me out of this. I feel like swimming with a dog at a beach would be really fun. Oh, I updated the Minge playlist. I found a bunch of really pussy popping music that I completely forgot about and I want to listen to now. Get ready. Oh my, it's so cunt. Get ready.
Take me to the place where the boys are wearing lace, the girls are wearing leather, my body feels the bass. Take me to the place where the boys are wearing lace, the girls are wearing leather, my body feels the bass, my body feels the bass.
I've gone full into whatever this genre is.
My body feels the bass. If I want you, baby, I'll say it. I'm the hottest bitch out here, save it. Till the DJ spin this, play it. Everybody on the floor get naked. If you're jumping on the floor, then break it.
Yeah, cunt core.
On the floor, get wasted. If you take another shot, don't chase it. Everybody on the floor, get naked. Take me to the place where the
like this makes me want to train my flexibility so that I could dance like this.
Take me to the place where the boys are wearing lace, girls are wearing leather.
And spin? Oh wait, no, it would have to spin like this. Like a fucking Beyblade. I have so many ideas with this kind of music. Reels to make. This is called Leather by Baby Jane. My thing about this genre is I cannot listen to music that has male vocals. If it's made by male artists, like I'm a little iffy about it. Female artists, female vocals, wow, perfect, gorgeous, beautiful. But I will occasionally make some exceptions, but generally like made by woman for woman to pop pussy, amazing. Okay, let me add a bunch of cues. This is all new. Very enjoy. This is so, oh mama. Oh my god, it's so bouncing. I see images in my head when I see this. I have so much Slater. Oh yeah, of course. Leather by Baby Jane. Yeah, this is all really good gym music too. Girl EDM. Nina Jiraichi. Do I collect the Pokemon TCG? Yeah, did you see what I got? And then look at what Void got 2 SARs in the newest Japanese pack. I got a fat dude. Void's got the Floette SAR and the Floette, like the Floette trainer SAR. These are the other ones I got. The Tang, that dude. Watch your dog. Clay doll. This is really cool. I wish I'm gonna open more to try to get the connecting. This one's also really pretty. Sorry, it's not focused. I'm too lazy. They had some really pretty arts this set. I also got this ice cream. Asia Erotica? Yeah, I have one song that Hune sent me. Perfect order? No, my friend got a bunch of perfect orders that they didn't want, they forgot to cancel order of, so I'm just gonna buy it off them. What's it? I don't know what this one's called, but it's the newest one with Greninja. I think Mega Greninja is so cool. Mega Greninja EX. Spinning, 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 spinning. Ninja spinner? Yeah, him aura farming upside down is fucking crazy. I also need to work on my other rug. I don't think I showed it on stream, did I? I don't know. I have to finish this rug with my other rug so that I can start cutting out my ditto, or my first ditto rug. But I haven't started on the physical canvas yet. Cause I was busy with Scuba. And then I still have to. Oh my god, there's more Pokopia. Blah! Blah! This is a public playlist? Yeah. I think it's just exclamation ninja? I don't remember the man. I use Spotify. Yeah, the one that mine is Spotify. The other ones are updated by other people for alternate sources. But I didn't update the Minge playlist for a while until recently because I was listening to a lot of. Sorry, I got distracted by pussy. I started listening to a lot of piano. I think the most kind of hilarious thing is I am not a clubbing person or a music festival person at all, but I love this pussy, this kind of like pussy music. Yeah, pussy music. I mean, if I knew the club was just full of women, then I would go and pop out my pussy and spin like a Beyblade with my legs in the air. I absolutely would. But then it's so I have realized that I try my best not to make eye contact with people because I have had situations where you accidentally make eye contact with a man and then he comes up and starts talking to you. And I have such an aversion to that I'm overcompensating to rarely ever make eye contact with people unless I'm speaking directly to somebody with intention. I'm like, oh my god. So annoying. There was a really funny tweet I saw. I might have retweeted it of Bad Bunny at the Oscars or something, or music awards, and then like everybody's cheering and he's like, they used that reaction video to the caption of when you accidentally make eye contact with a guy too many times and he starts coming over, and you're like, fuck. Unskippable NPC dialogue, actually. And I'm like, dude, I'm just trying to like, if I read at a cafe, every now and then I look somewhere far away so then I can rest my eyes so they don't strain too much, because I was taught that's really good to give your eyes a break. Like you try to look at something green and you try to look at something far away. Reading, look up. Oh shit! Something green? Yeah, I was told that, but if you don't have anything green, it's good to like look far away.
You know I don't mean it, it's just part of my routine. I wake up, make a scene, jump inside your POV. All eyes on my manosphere, cause I'ma drop it like it's hot, yeah. Trust me, watch your work and draw attention around the clock, yeah. How'd you wanna see me on your feet? Guess I am the one you wanna be. All in my scene, not everything revolves around me.
Whew.
Keep your eyes on, keep your eyes on me.
Did you hear dog? Yeah. Torterra? No, I don't like Torterra. Yeah, man approaches you at the cafe because you accidentally made eye contact with him too many times. So what are you reading? I see you here pretty often. And then hopefully they get scared and leave and never talk to you again. There's a difference between someone going like, and like, one is more inviting than the other. I do not ever give a shit about people crying about whether or not cold approaching works, or like if it's appropriate or not, because it's always usually guys going like, oh, you can't even like approach any woman now without being labeled as a sexual harasser or a creep. Okay, if you're somebody that's worried about that, you must be socially inept. However, because I do not rely on men to come up to me to consider them as a dating potential, I don't really give a shit. Because if I find somebody attractive, I will just go up and say like, hey, I think you're cute, can I have your number? But usually that doesn't ever happen, because the chances of a really attractive guy showing up in person is not possible. Like, I have never like seen a complete stranger and be like, wow, that guy's really attractive. Like, ever. The only time that does kind of happen is like this person was already kind of a mutual or a friend of a friend. Like they are in some way related, and then you connect through social media and then message. It's like a lot streamlined than just going up to a stranger. Because I don't really see hot men in the wild. That doesn't really happen. Hot girls everywhere. There's a lot, yeah, there's a ton of attractive women everywhere. Attractive men? Which celebrity is my standard of a hot man? Easy. Takeshi Kaneshiro. And he's young. We'll find a good picture. Okay, this guy is just fucking. This guy is literally who Caleb was modeled after. Let me think who else. This is a very beautiful man. If a guy has a really, really pretty face, I'm willing to forgive if he's built like a Minecraft skeleton. But it's like so impossible to find a guy with a face like that. You gotta do a little bit like... You gotta do a little bit of like rebalancing, you know? That guy from Road to Empress. Oh yeah, that guy was very handsome. This guy. This guy's a handsome man. I don't know who this is though. I like this my type is very like strong, bone arch, angry, has eyebrows, and like just overall has like a menacing look. You gotta have like... I'll listen to the song again. Yeah, Chinese idols are kind of killing it. But yeah, I've never seen a person like that in the public. That up to the, like, just purely off of visual, never. Beautiful woman, I see 5 every day. Like gorgeous, gorgeous woman that I'm like, I can see them being in an editorial straight up. Like front cover magazine, no makeup. Who is that? Oh, is this the... Is this Zoro? He's cute. I would say he's a handsome man. I would say he's a handsome man, yes. Reminds me of the Kevin guy. He doesn't look like Kevin. I've met him. No, he does not look like him. Let's not flippantly call people twins, shall we? As somebody who is very like aware of visual features, because I have an incredibly visual brain. I'm not interested in dating apps because, one, I feel like you would only use it if you're genuinely really desperate to date somebody. And I feel like, two, if you're really desperate to date somebody, I don't feel that desperation because I'd rather just chill than deal with somebody that I don't really like. And if I don't really like them, my life is really good, I don't want to get dragged down by a fucking loser. I'm just not interested, and the amount of like effort and like mental effort that you have to go through to screen these people that you're going to be meeting in very fast-paced environments in the dating culture is so tiring. And you're gonna be like, oh, you know, you find out 5 dates in that this guy has said something weird about trans people or something. Or like 6 dates into this guy, he immediately like starts negging you, or like goes like, oh, you should go to the gym, like I can see a little tummy here, you know. And you're like, okay, no, I'm good. Yeah, I don't want to take the risk with strangers because I'm just not interested in dating otherwise. I'm just not interested. I just don't think. Besides that, if I really did want to go out of my way to meet somebody because I'm like lonely and need dick for whatever reason, then I would just go to one of those 5 million LA parties that have meet some random person that I'll have like 5 mutuals with, and at least I have some people to ask, hey, is this person weird? Did this person ever do anything like that I should know? Is it problematic? You know, blah blah blah. Complete stranger though, you don't have any kind of tether like that. It's really like a how much you're willing to compromise for it, and for me, I don't really want to compromise my mental comfort and like my overall satisfaction with my life as it is. But also, I, like, not only that, the screening part to make sure that they're a normal fucking human, and then, on top of that, I need them to be well-read, I need them to be emotionally intelligent, I need them to have hobbies, I need them to have hobbies and interests outside of being online video gaming, and things that just, like, indoors. I need them to be fit, I need them to be attractive, I need them to find me attractive and find my brain interesting, I need to find their brain interesting. All that on top of a screening whether or not the stranger is a fucking weird person. I'm chilling. Thanks, Angel Bug. Can you tell they're normal by texting? No, because let me tell you a very specific example. Is I was talking to this guy, this was like a couple months ago, and they seemed pretty normal. Like they weren't really a super good texter or whatever, but we had some in-person conversation. I was like, oh, okay, like they seem pretty smart, they're educated, blah blah, whatever. A couple of weeks in of us like hanging out talking, they suddenly just started like going like, yeah, trans people are really weird. Like if I ever had a kid, I wouldn't want them to be trans because they're like mutilating kids. And I'm like, where did you like hear about this? And they're like, oh, it's just all over the news. Like if I want a kid, it's just the chances of them mutilating themselves is really high. And I'm like, if you're worried about a kid being trans, wouldn't you be more worried about like, would you ever teach them how to drive because they're more likely to die in a car crash than be trans and be a trans kid that in quotations mutilates themselves? And then they're like, oh yeah, you're right. And then at one point they're like, I would never want to get in an argument with you because you're really smart. And then later, some time more later passes, when I noticed this like trans conversation came up again with other friends, like his friends. I was like, wait, what your friend said, like his friend hanging out also said something that was really weird. That was like, basically among the lines, like, yeah, trans people are so weird. They're always being weird. Like every time I notice a trans person, they're being weird in public. And I'm like, you know, most trans people are just trying to pass and like just fit in with society. You wouldn't really know if somebody's trans. And they're like, yeah, but like every trans person that I have seen were like loudly shouting that I'm trans and I'm proud and I'm like, so how exactly did this happen? Like what exactly happened? And then they started like stammering and stuttering over their words, and this sounded like it was just one situation that they witnessed in which like I don't even know how they deduced that they were trans or whatever. And then I was like, okay, well that was kind of weird. That was really weird. And I was the only person in that room of 4 people including me that said anything, and I was like, okay, that made me really like not comfortable with these people's ideologies. And then later down the line, something's happened, and then the guy goes like, yeah, so one thing, I think you're really smart, and I think you're too smart for your own good. And I think that you should use smaller words when you talk to people because this helps more people understand. And then I was like, bitch, you're stupid as fuck. And then I asked him to drop me off, and I said, hey, I don't think that we're ever gonna see each other again. Goodbye. Yeah, that I was like, oh god. But then I found out through the gossip vine that because this person was introduced to me through a mutual friend as we were both single, and then I found out through the gossip vine that there was another person that talked about this. It was like, oh yeah, what's Daph up to? Like, is she seeing anybody? And another friend said, no, I heard she was like briefly talking to that guy, but it didn't work out. And then the person that brought me up was like, that guy? Why would you ever set up that guy with anybody? And then I was like, I see. I see. That does make sense. Why did a mutual friend introduce me to this guy when he's clearly not thoughtful? Because I give them some benefit of the doubt in that, in the sense that they probably didn't think we'd had such a clash of ideologies and that they had this level of rancidity, because when guys hang out with their other guy friends, they can be really, really different to how they hang out with somebody that is a potential dating partner. Or like somebody that you're like more romantically interested in. They can be so different. And they just sometimes don't know. Yeah, they hide it because, or like the conversations just don't come up, because when some guy friends hang out with their guy friends, they're just like, yeah, let's drink, party, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And then do they ever talk about anything else? No. Yeah, I was like the fact that like the trans conversation came up twice. I was like, okay, I'm noticing a pattern. This is weird. This is very weird. Like, this is not something an average person worries about. Ew. Why are they upset? Because they think that it's like a very big issue, probably because they have consumed some content online or they regularly see content online that feeds into that confirmation bias without actually having good friends that are LGBTQ plus. Oh my god, which reminds me, when that friend, like the that person's friend left, and I was like, hey, that conversation was kind of weird, and I felt like that was like a really ignorant thing for him to say, because like for the most part trans people just want to fit in and they just want to pass. They do not go out of their way to make themselves more visible because they already have a lot of scrutiny in existing. And then this person goes like, yeah, but like sometimes people are like that, and I also have a lot of gay friends, so like sometimes people are just, and they just started kind of like, he pulled the I have some gay friends card, which I felt like didn't really have that much relevance to the fact that I was like, hey, this conversation is not good. It was weird. Did he also say I'm too woke? Yeah, he did. He did say at one point was like, you're definitely more woke than everybody I know, and you're like woker than all my friends. And I was like, the only thing that would have at that point given that away was because I was like, hey, trans people are not like that. And I had the audacity to stop that conversation there and say, hold up, dial it back. That's not what it's like. This is confirmation bias. You are like reiterating a story that you can't even tell straight. Like, there's so much like bad faith and dishonesty. Yeah, it was weird. You feel like his ego was stepped on? I mean, I think his ego was already stepped on because I was definitely too smart for him, because one, he explicitly said that, and two, I remember a very specific moment that I noticed that he wasn't keeping up with what I was saying. I said the term dog whistling, and the conversation revolved around dog whistling. He followed up what I said with something that was kind of unrelated, and then I was like, wait, do you know what dog whistling is? And he said, no. And at this point, we're about like 6 sentences into this conversation centering around dog whistling. And I'm like, if you didn't know what that was, why didn't you just ask? Why did you like pretend that you knew what it was and like went along with it? And then I noticed that you weren't saying anything that was relevant. You don't know what that means. Why, just ask. Why would you not want to ask? Then you have to consider, why would they not want to ask that? Ego. You gotta be careful about guys like that. Like, I don't fucking know what their issue is, man. Are they ESL? No! No, they're not ESL. Girl, no. Never ending midnight sun. So that's the kind of shit that you can't tell until you have multiple cases bubbling up as you hang out with them more and more. You're using big words. I don't like that because it makes me feel dumb. Some people lack critical thinking skills. Yeah, I think the moment I realize if somebody is kind of dumb and they can't keep up with what I'm saying, there's no attraction there anymore. Like I'm grossed out. I'm icked out. A friend, that's okay. Somebody that I'm seriously considering, oh, should we explore the romantic route in this? Dumb? Absolutely not. Friend, that's fine. Because they don't need to be all that. This is the average person. I talked to my friend about it. I talked to some girlfriends about it, and they're like, this. And I asked them, I straight up asked multiple girlfriends. I was like, is this what it's like to, in the dating scene, like an average guy? And they're like, pretty much, yeah. I was like, I'm good. Is a stroke out here dudes be weird? Yeah, I mean, that's because a lot of dudes' weirdness, they have never been checked for that weirdness. Like, they don't know that it's weird. Like, they think it's normal to say something like, I think you're too smart for your own good and you should use smaller words. Like, what the fuck? Things jeer you. Diminish yourself. No, a lot of guys don't call each other out. A lot of them don't, because there is no bigger simp than guys for other guys. If there is a bunch of guys in a friend circle and one of them says something incredibly homophobic, the chances of the average friend group excommunicating that person, like guy friend group, is very, very low. Walked in her Arca, knew you were safe? Of course. I mean, for example, the men's hockey team, like, I just have to gesture around vaguely. There you go. Do they say anything? No. I also knew a guy that cheated on his wife or something. And everybody was like, oh, that's really weird that they cheated on his wife. One guy I knew immediately says, oh, but I love him. He's such a bro. Okay. And then at the same time would also say, well, not at the same time, but like have expressed in the past that they would never be friends with a cheater, but then would be like, I do not see it. This guy's my bro. I don't see it. Well, technically it wasn't cheating. Like, oh god, there's like a fly here. We're talking about this cheating topic? What are you talking about? Iran war? Huh? What does cheating in a relationship have to do with the Iran war? I don't know what this person's talking about. That's gotta be a dude. We're using Clara to set a value. Yeah, let X be Clara. Was that the punchline? I don't know. As we were saying about weird guys, it's they don't know how weird they are, or in some cases think that their weirdness is a quirk, like a cute quirky thing. So then they'll say something like that, not realize how incredibly off-putting it makes them seem, and just think it's normal. Because they have never at any point in their lives been told, like, very straightforwardly, cut that shit out. That's also another thing that, like, I don't, maybe some of you saw what happened on Twitter, that there was, like, one dude that I responded to that you knew it just, so if somebody insults you, you can either, one, insult them back and say, no, you're a fucking idiot, or two, go for the really, really critical hit sore spot that you know will leave them thinking about it for days and weeks and maybe even years, because you know it hits such a core part of their fundamentals of who they are as a person. I usually like going for the latter option, and that's what happened. When you're able to identify why a certain person talks a certain way, and you attack that instead, it makes them reevaluate their whole life in a way that they never had to before. Oh, this person talks in a manosphere accent. They are definitely somebody that worries about the male loneliness epidemic. Oh, if you point this out, what kind of psychic damage does that do compared to just calling them a fucking moron? This is why I'm incredibly infuriating to a lot of these types of dudes, because they know that there's not really a counter for that. They can't match me on that. Yeah, the manosphere accent. Like, oop. Oop! It actually is like a Resident Evil glowing orange weak spot. You just, once you know why people think a certain way, that spot just gets really, really noticeable. Seen a lot of women cry that you won't touch them? You sound disgusting. Goodbye. I don't know why. Like, so again, they thought that was a very normal thing to say in this chat, in this moment, considering the context of what we have been talking about for the past 20 minutes. They thought that was a normal thing to say. That's why they said it. What is the, what reasonable deductions can you therefore make about this person? They never learned how to read the room, because nobody ever said or ever had to tell them, hey, you're a creepy person. This all happens because of alpha influencers. I wouldn't say that it's all entirely on the fault of alpha influencers, but there's also in tandem with alpha influencers, a lot of guys who want to believe that they are owed something in life and that they're entitled to certain attention from women for merely existing. So when alpha influencers feed on that insecurity, what do you get? You have two people that like totally go together because they share that ideology except one is way more easily manipulated and the other is trying to make money. Do you think they actually have the best interests of them in mind? No, because who does this benefit? So yeah, that's why those kinds of people you learn to stay far, far away from. I think Allah gave up on them. You can smell them. Yeah, I mean, just from the two people that we had in chat earlier, the things that they said that just like came out of nowhere. And like same with this person. They think like that kind of stuff is just okay and appropriate to say, but they have never been told at any point in their life that they are a creepy person exhibiting creepy behavior. They have never had to reevaluate and examine how they interact with women, their relationship with women, and how their attitudes form around women. To immediately like use this kind of language and this kind of accent to describe women and talk about them is very, very indicative and self-reporting of how they actually see women. That's why they're so easy to pick out, and that's why people stay away from them, because it is that easy for everybody. And I think in a way that's like very infuriating for them, because they realize that if you actually want to have any level of like social currency, which does matter, like to have any kind of reputation, you have to be liked by people. What happens when you're not liked by women? You have two choices. One, learn what makes you so unlikable and fix it, or two, get mad at them for not liking you. Most of these people opt for number two, because that means they don't have to work on anything. They just have to be upset. Because you're an asshole. That's a classic quote. Nice guys finish last. Oh god. Oh jeez. Insults women. I'm just being honest. I mean, there's like a whole culture and how there's like a whole conversational art, and I'm using art very liberally here, around making women feel like shit, as like negging as a part of like a dating technique. It's just very fucking weird. And then the moment like girls recognize it, they get the fuck away, you know? Thanks, the Rian. Girl run, yeah. But you know what's even insane? Is that there are girls who would still fall for that and they still can't get that pussy. There are a lot of girls who have an insane internalized misogyny and hate themselves because they also hate other women because they see it as competition with other men. And you still can't get that kind of pussy? Damn, you must really suck. Good luck. Girls and gays like me, tap. I'm on your screen. I serve my pop girl, she spin. Wow. You have a cat? No. You know, I randomly started thinking about something, that this must be the frontal lobe developing. And let me know if you've also thought about this and like kind of been like, wait a second. I would say from when I was a teenager growing up, I have noticed a sentiment among men who say that there is something that they really don't like. And the thing they say is they don't like when girls act dumb. And then it got me thinking, when girls act dumb to try to seem more appealing to a man, why did that strategy even become a thing in the first place? Applying my personal experience with some men, I realized that when you are smarter than some guys as a woman, they get offended. So as a result, in the past, let's go back in time like 60 years ago, where women could not open their own bank accounts without, they could not open a bank account, they could not own property without a male co-signer. What did they have to do as a result to not step on the toes of these fragile ego? And then now we fast forward to current age where women can own property, they can have their own bank account, they can have independence, have jobs. And they don't need to do that anymore. How did this like, I want you to think, this is a thinking exercise. How did this culture come to be and how did it evolve? And then I was like, the things that, obviously this is not every case, but it's enough to notice a general pattern that there was a shift in where men did not like girls acting dumb for male attraction, but it was done for a purpose, to appease men in the first place for survival. And you're like, oh, this is... You really start to notice a lot of these things when you get older and just have like more of an outlook on life. Like, oh my god, this really seeps into everything. Oh mama, Lady Gaga. Oh mamas. Oops. You live a very peaceful and fulfilling life, yes. You really do. G-U-I. Hope you had fun activating your frontal lobe today. I'd be fucking pondering. The ponderer. Me with my... I need to get a fucking giant crystal ball, I don't care. At this point, I have to get it. I need my fucking... I gotta get an orb to ponder. When's people's favorite thing? I don't know. Ask Nexon. Is this playlist? Yeah, it's the Minge playlist. My Minge playlist. blue? Whatever. Sending invites in April? Oh. Wait, if it's early access, are they wiping it when it's fully out? I need to make more fashion reels. I'm really excited to film more. But I also don't really want to get a like actual camera because it's such a pain in the ass. I think my phone's honestly good enough. Also, the fucking room is still swaying. Be my own creative director for my random nonsense reels. Okay, I don't like this blue. I don't like it. What song is this? Colorway Sped Up Baby Jane. The other Baby Jane song I really like is called Leather. Yeah, but then I have to keep making money so I can afford the haute couture. Okay, I'm just kidding. I can't fucking afford haute couture. That shit's like custom-made runway shit. I got the fucking ready-to-wear ones. But I haven't really bought clothes in a while. And I also bought like fucking 5-6 people switches that I could have bought 20 pieces of Jean-Paul Gaultier and Alexander McQueen and Mugler's. Well, if we want to dissect the ego, we must start with what has already been philosophized. One, I think we should reject the notion that we are still doing anything for physical survival, because I think we have evolved past the species, like evolved past a point in our species of needing to like physically survive and be like, oh, if you're strong, caveman, Gronk, strong, Gronk, gather more stick, Gronk leader, because we're past that. Which means now we have to evaluate the psychological effects of ego. Which means we're gonna have to kind of throw away a little bit of nature and put in more nurture, because I feel like nature is more like you are born that way and therefore you are. But I think humans, because our brains develop so much based on our life experiences, our circumstances of birth and everything, nurture is a lot more dynamics to look through. And why people are egotistical and why people feel the need to self-inflate ego comes with the need for social currency. Evolution only happens for survival, redundancy still exists. Well, the problem with that, I think, is the fact that we have chosen to not procreate. Like, we literally could choose that we don't want to fuck. In a way, we want to prolong our legacy through, no longer through physical means, but more so we want to leave a lasting mark. This is not something that any animal in the animal kingdom does. Like, they do not think about writing a book and having a legacy of the book written. This is like purely human. There's lots of modern here where the nature died because of the nurture they has, like wolf girl. Yeah, I think if you want to ponder people, you have to focus a lot more on the nature or the nurture than the nature, because we are very far removed from how an actual average human acts, or actual average animal acts, because we're not like other animals. We're different. If we try to equate ourselves to how animals behave in the wild, that's how you end up with a god-awful alpha wolf study with the alpha male shit. That's fucking dog shit. It is the worst fucking study that has ever been made, and it was fucking terrible, and that proves my point of, like, you shouldn't look at the human psyche in relation to animal evolutionary lines, because we're past that. Way past that. Thanks, Gabe. Isn't that study entirely fake because it was how wolves acted in captivity? I mean, that too, yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's a good way to examine the human psyche. But I do think in parallel, I can see why you would think that it's like in some ways important. It's like I'm saying, like there is some parallel to you want to be the strongest caveman. Strongest caveman, you're top of your what is it, like your caveman group? What is it? Your tribe. But then now it's like you're the smartest. You're the richest or whatever. Oh, you're the top of your social circle. It's like there's parallels in that way, but then it's a lot more complicated because how do you measure somebody's smarts? Have you read The Courage to be Disliked? I don't really like self-help books. Yeah, he regrets it, yeah. Well, what it is. These niggas are always talking, tell them niggas I don't give a fuck. I got an Asian youth from West, trying to pick me up in a Lambo. They were really stuck on the idea of IQ. I mean, yeah. Because they think it gives them some kind of very explicit value of how much respect they deserve from other people. And if you think you are deserving of respect from other people in a manner that is beginning to feel entitled, you have unfortunately lost the plot of humanity. Because you should never feel like the world owes you something. I feel like if you fall into that, you go into a very like, oh, I killed, you know, and then you don't want to fall into that because you're a fucking loser if you do that. Yeah, you can't ever, like, no person can be measured by a very explicit value. Like, you can't just give somebody a number and be like, okay, your score as a person is 82%. There's nothing that does that. These little niggas ain't really a man. Your community don't even like ya. All of these bitches wanna me see. They see that I done front cover. Not all of these bitches wanna be me. Your fans are allergic to streaming. I checked those streams and they went down for 1,000 monthly listeners. Bitch, put that shit on the floor. I'm pegging that man at the things Benjamin China does. Yeah, and you know what? China has fucking working transit that people are satisfied with. A public transportation system. And good sources of energy. Do we have good, reliable public transportation? That is the one measuring thing that I'm going to use. Because I think that is very meaningful. And if you break a bone, it doesn't cost $20,000 to fix. There's somebody diving that mentioned they broke their wrist, bone, x-ray, had to do everything in Taiwan, and it cost $250. The whole thing. If you want to die in the US and you try to kill yourself and you fail, that's going to be $20,000. So what lesson does this teach us? That's right. Don't fuck up if you want to die. What kind of system is that? Are you guys winning yet? This is Kali Uchis, yeah. Veo una muñeca cuando mira el espejo, kiss, kiss. I remember university, a friend got mad. I told the story before, but at university, a friend got mad at another friend for calling the ambulance because they had to pay $45. And then thinking about that now, like, in the US comparison, it's like, that is a fucking steal. More than a steal. Damn, not a nice shadow. Flatulence dissipation fee. No, actually there are stories of when people ask for an itemized bill from their medical bill, it significantly reduces the bill because they actually have to write down everything they charge you for. They can't just write like, oh, we charge them for the Glorbus fee, and the Worms fee, and the fuck you fee, and fuck, I add this one as well fee, like Ticketmaster or something. And they have to actually be like, oh shit. And why do they do that, you might ask? Well, you see, when private equity acquires healthcare and utilizes it for a for-profit motive, there is a lot of reason for them to pressure the administration and the accounting to squeeze every penny that they can out of these healthcare systems so that they can make line go up. What happens when line doesn't go up? That people get fired, people lose benefits, you get less funding, you get the buildings sectors shut down. So what do? You try to you squeeze every little penny that you can out of the average person who has a broken bone and charge $200 for one Advil. But yeah. So what's your favorite Pokemon? I like Quagsire. Fly on these dick.
Something different about you. Love it when you hit and smack too. Baby, let me lick on your tattoos. That's true that I like PDA.
And limiting because it's decided by profits and insurance companies. Okay, I don't know how true this is. I'm gonna go look this up right now and then I'll explain. Take you around the world, they don't have to understand. Rub it in their face, put a rock on her hand. Baby, can you call me back? I miss you. It's so lonely in my mansion. Kissing and hope they cut us, whether they like it or not. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna brag about it, I wanna tie the knot. I wanna show you out, I wanna show you out. I wanna show you. 1 second. Okay, I just did very brief Googling to make sure I wasn't saying anything wrong. So, you guys know what 23andMe is? It's like you send in your DNA to get tested to see what your distant relative, and like what you are, what makes you up, whatever. But I looked up, does 23andMe affect your insurance? Because they could look down your genetic history to see if you are at risk of something, even though you and your present family hasn't been at risk, which therefore increases your insurance premiums. Then I found that the Code on Genetic Testing Insurance is a voluntary agreement between the UK government and the Association of British Insurers that prevents insurance companies from accessing using genetic test results. That means in the UK they don't, without explicit consent, or it's just illegal straight up for 23andMe to do that. However, there was no information on whether or not it was shared with American insurance companies. So then I looked up. They said that 23andMe has gone through data breaches. They are also filing for bankruptcy in 2025, which means that they could now then sell all this information to insurance companies, which will then use that against you, if you did use it, to find any histories of medical issues to then increase your insurance. Because there was no information that the US doesn't allow this. Are they still around? They filed for bankruptcy in 2025. Which means that it's reasonable to expect that they will now want a big lump sum of money. How are they going to get this big lump sum of money? Are we winning yet? For good deeds, yeah. To advance progress in cancer research. Yeah. Absolutely. Oh, please stop winning. We're winning too much. Oh, stop. Crank it up. Crank it up. It's legit overwhelming because things are giga fucked. Oh, the 23 and the data thing? But it's a symptom of a much bigger issue. Oh my god. This feels like the I swear I won't get political on wine and painting night. 2 sips in. Well, you see, it's a very systemic issue because the entirety of the US government and the entirety US system has been set up so that all the money drains from the bottom to the top because everybody wants the line to go up. When you have that kind of system in place for decades and decades and decades, this is what it min-maxes to. Every company is out to get something from you, and this something is in some way going to extract money from you down the line, if not now. Every service, every product that can be sold to you will be sold to you at the expense of the product and more. Selling your biometric data for more money so that you have to pay more insurance. Calculating, or like a car's autopilot calculating that it's more worth it to hit an old, or to hit this person instead of this person because this person pays more or pays less or something, you know? Like everything is surrounded by, like everything is determined by that. Anyways, I hope I don't get ass worms next time I go volunteering. I have to do my criminal background check. Maybe I get to draw some Pokemon for some kids and I hope they like it. When am I getting ass worms? I actually need to double check. It's not for a while. A Minecraft boot camp? What's a Minecraft boot camp? Can I come? My genuine concern is that I'm accidentally gonna drop an F-bomb around like 12-year-olds. Or like 8-year-olds and just be like, what the fuck is this, Jimmy? Oh shit! Oh! Jimmy, do not repeat that! Jimmy, no! Again, in the distance, sirens. I accidentally said, I dropped the F word at church when I was doing the soup kitchen thing. This girl asked me what I did and I'm like, oh, I don't really like talking about it because it's like, it's just such a fucking pain in the ass. And then I'm like, this could have been a Giga Christian. Like, this could have been some fucking crazy God is holy, praying every Sunday, saying your amens before every dinner, and I just dropped that F-bomb. I was like, maybe she's praying for me right now. Thanks. Saying her amen, saying her grace. That's what it is. I haven't managed to sneak in the chapel yet. Drop inshallah, okay. I mean, inshallah is a banger word. Inshallah. That's my next side quest. I think I should catch up on some rugging before I do more side quest stuff. Then I can also work on my typewriter. Oh no, Chappelle didn't hit an 11-year-old. Her security guard body slammed an 11-year-old. Which I would assume was... It's implied that she probably might have said something like, hey, keep the kid away from me. I don't know. I don't know. It was some random guy that she apparently didn't know him. Oh, it was just like somebody on the security detail that she didn't even know. Oh, it wasn't even her security guard. It was just some random security guard. Dude, well, the damage has been done. Because people already want to believe that Chappelle Roan's a massive bitch. Because she kind of stands her ground with paparazzi, with photographers, and she has had some, like, confrontations with other people. Because they already have come to the conclusion, oh, she's a bitch, this seems like a bitch thing to do. Yeah, she absolutely body slammed that child. Like, the end. Like, it's already done. What model's my typewriter? I have no idea. But it was the same ones that we used at the Resident Evil thing. Yeah, I think there should have been some benefit of the doubt given to her, because the only way that this would have transpired as the way that the soccer guy said it did was if Chappelle Roan literally was like, and then the security guard walks up like a stand and fucking body slams the child, because it's very implied that she was like sick her, and then but I feel like that's not what actually happened. That doesn't seem, I don't know, that doesn't seem right. Rose said she didn't even know anything happened, never even saw the child. Yeah, I feel like that is reasonable, because there's a lot of assumptions the soccer guy did make. But now it's like, okay, well, now it's gonna be, is there proof that she ever saw the child? I'm not a football, I don't really know soccer, football. I just know Ronaldo. Yeah. That's all I know. Oh my god, yeah, and Shia LaBeouf is just out there fucking terrorizing the streets of whatever local city he's in. What the fuck is he doing? People are just having random encounters with him. Is he unhinged? Yeah, he's I don't think he's mentally well. He definitely seems a little, he's off his rocker. Yeah, I don't know what's up with him. Me saying that as if like I've been talking to him regularly and he's a friend. Yeah, I haven't heard from him in a while. We used to be friends and we used to get brunch, but we don't really hang out anymore. Cause FKA Twigs is my girl. Just do it! And then that whole, the Tumblr thing that went triple platinum is like, in the woods, Shia LaBeouf. And then Chuck Norris died. And then turns out Chuck Norris was right-wing. Tumblr never went away, it just got more quiet. Yeah, he died. And then this video that I always reference. This video that I always reference, I never made it to the point where...
Have you ever been walking down the street with your best bro, and while you're walking you accidentally touch hands? You think to yourself, that was weird, but I'm not gay. You are. You are gay.
And that's usually where I just stop watching, or like, I'm like, yeah, that I made my point with the video, but then...
According to the new legal definition of gay enacted by President Chuck Norris, you are gay. Also, if you inadvertently make eye contact with another dude at a bar, you're gay. And if you walk in on your friend taking a dump, totally gay.
This is 15 years ago. And it lives in my head forever. It's because people would post the reaction gif of just like the first part before the Chuck Norris part. That's why I always remember that one. No, the second part is not as popular because when people would respond with the reaction gif, it would just be the first part, no Chuck Norris. Sans Chuck Norris. You're a shiny guy. I'm scuba certified. Yippee! I passed my test. Yippee! I was talking about it earlier. Then I started just yapping about scuba diving. What am I doing with the certification? Well, it opens up more dive spots because there are some boat charters that you cannot go on without a scuba certification. And I can go to a maximum depth of 60 feet. How deep is the Marianas Trench? Chuck Norris got his ass kicked by Bruce Lee, then lied about it and said he won. Hey, that kind of reminds me of Steven Seagal saying that he could never be choked out because of his years of Aikido training. Gets choked out, shit himself, and then told everybody that it didn't happen. So the Marianas Trench is 36,000 feet. I can dive a maximum of 60 feet. So if I...
Daph time to dive to the Titanic.
If I get about 600 more certifications and certifications add another 60 feet, then I can dive to the Marianas Trench. Yeah. Yeah, stack of my certifications. Exactly. Wait, you can do the math of how... Wait, what is the bar ATA of Marianas Trench? Oh, the pressure is pretty much 1,000 times atmospheric pressure. So if you weigh, so what, like, is that... I'm not really sure what kind of math I'm trying to do. I was trying to think, like, if you were at the surface and you went down to the Marianas Trench and you just got compressed, you would be, like... You would be 1 out of 1,000th of your size, but you're not made out of just gas. That's not how it would work. You would implode. Yeah, but assuming you don't implode and your size shrinks, you would be very small. But then, assuming you don't implode, then that just is already breaking all the laws of the physics for the purpose of that hypothetical. Then in that case, like, why don't we just imagine a situation where you go on a nice walk. Three, six, five, party girl. 365 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 party girl. Go. Yeah, if we imagine the human body as a perfect sphere and then was James Cameron in his submarine the same time 9/11 happened? Wait, really? That's kind of an insane coincidence. This is our trade? Yeah, with Hune. I was gonna do something special with this. Don't tell her. You're telling? I mean, the fuck is she gonna do with that information? Okay, she's gonna do something special with it. Now what? You don't even know what it is. Now what? Do something. No. Hey, when I'm at the zoo and the animals aren't moving. And I'm Harry Potter's stepbrother. Do something! Falls through. Oh, he made a documentary about the Titanic? Why is he so obsessed? Oh yeah, he's the guy that's obsessed with underwater stuff. Does he scuba? I mean, he might want to go way deeper than scuba, which you would then need a submersible. Excuse me. Do I know who Brian Johnson is? No. Okay, so I made a lot of like really normal friends from the scuba diving excursions and touching grass. And now when I post weird shit on the Instagram stories, they're gonna see it. They saw that. Should I kill myself? Did you suck his cock? Girl, you better wash your pussy. I mean, they either think I'm fucking insane or the funniest person alive. That usually goes with normal people. Normal people are insane? Yeah, they talk about the fucking weather or something and that the cloud looked like a snail today, not flies coming out of their pussy. Like the rounded SpongeBob. kind of want to watch Men in Black too after, because I'm like, I'm kind of, I was gonna say zooted, but that's not really the right term. My, I still have MDDS, like everything's fucking wavy. I feel like I'm on a boat. Oh my god, there was this guy that was so talkative on the boat that I think he's like he was just introducing himself to everybody, and then he's like, "What's your name?" I'm like, "Daphne," and he's like, "Damn, you seem like a gangsta. I bet you're definitely stronger than you look. Don't kill me." And maybe it's because I just seem unfriendly, but it's also because I just look like this most of the time. Resting daph face. That makes me want to be his friend. No, he was really funny. He's the guy that filmed my, here, I'll show you again because it was a fucking sick video. That's me, doing my big stride. That's fucking tough. Oh man, I'm so tough. Okay, but my strap got pushed up by the whiplash. Oh, so tough. Oh, that's tough. Oh, that's tough. You have to signal okay. Drowns? Oh, I don't drown. Even 40 feet down, I never panic. Actually, my instructor was like, "You were really good. A good job not panicking. You're very calm." I was like, "Yeah." Also, me when my tank came loose. Me when my regulator came out of my mouth. Me when my mask wasn't clearing and it was completely flooded. That you just have to breathe. Everything's okay. Zen. Okay, someone asked, why did I decide to get scuba certified? I have no fucking idea. I just thought it would be fun. I went scuba diving for the first time in Bora Bora. And now that I actually had a class for it, I realized how incredibly, what's the word? Irresponsible it was to just like let us go without any kind of safety precaution. They didn't tell us anything. Like, there was no safety precaution, there was no safety briefing, they're just like, just go. But and I think it's like, okay, the instructor is just going to watch us really closely and just make sure we're not, like, fucking up. And it felt fine, it felt easy, but I would never want anybody to do that, knowing the kind of safety things that you do have to learn in scuba diving, that I would be like, okay, that's a little worrying. But then if you're certified, it's like, you can actually make sure that you are, like, they probably would know for sure that you know your safety stuff. Yeah, but also, we didn't go that deep. Because recreational diving doesn't go deeper than, like, 40 feet. So it was fine, like, you can just go up immediately if you wanted to. But I was like, oh wow, that was fucking kind of sketchy, but oh well. But they were watching us really closely to make sure that we were okay. But then if I never tried, then I wouldn't know that it was actually pretty chill. It's definitely a little bit like... Was the depth depressurizing? What do you mean? Okay, let me show you the recreational dive table. This is a good review. Yeah, so if you wanted to start at 50 feet and it like let's say you want to let's say you want to dive 40 feet for 40 minutes, then you would go here. It's red. You would find this and go, oh, 40 minutes is over here. So there's no gray. Gray means safety stop required, which means that you have to slowly ascend. But anything here, like you can see, you can stay at this depth for a pretty long time, and most recreational diving is around 35 to 50 feet, mostly in the upper levels. And you could dive down there upwards to like this long. But for any beginner to dive under to dive like under dive around like 35 to 40 feet for 2 hours with a tank that's usually like 3,000. I actually don't know the unit. What is it? 3,000 psi unit for scuba. Here. Is it PSI? PSI, yeah. Usually tanks are considered full at 3,000. You are going to run out of air before you get to this spot, unless you're like a giga pro with your really, really good breathing, but most of the time you are going to be limited by your air. So let's say you want to dive 40 feet for 40 minutes, and then you would go, okay, your pressure group here, then you follow with this here, and then if you want to surface if you stay at the surface, and let's say you surface for 20 minutes, then you would find, you round up, then you find here, then you go back down here, and then you go to E, and then E, you dive again, and let's say you want to dive for, or like this is how long you can dive for. Because there is a nitrogen buildup in you, that's why the surface time calculates for what the surface time calculates for. You want to make sure the nitrogen dissipates and it leaves your body before you go back in, and then you can't go back in for past a certain time, otherwise you have too much nitrogen in you. So you can do this fuck ass shit or just get a computer that does it for you and calculates when you have to surface. Then where it gets complicated is when you're doing giga deep dives and you reach this point, then that means you need a safety stop, which means you have to stop at around 5 feet for 3 minutes. And safety stop is just, you just chill at that level to make sure your nitrogen goes away and you don't surface too fast. And then it looks like if you're at 100 meters, you have to safety stop everywhere. I mean, there's a lot of safety precautions. I hope I read this right. This was like, they just kind of like went through this really quickly because this is kind of, this is a good one to follow, and it's really, really conservative when it's with its measurement, but most people just use computers that tell you you have to surface, you're past your no limit dive time, or you have to do a stop or whatever. Every gray box is another safety stop. It means you have to do a safety stop. You go like, if you want to dive 100 depth and you want to do for 12 minutes, you have to do a safety stop. Not like because that doesn't make sense. Yeah, the computers will calculate all this for you, and it's actually a better rate because this is really conservative. So they always like giga round up to make sure that you are well within your limits plus more. Yeah, so usually you don't actually have to do any kind of crazy stops when you're recreational diving because you don't go that deep, or you don't dive that long, and they're broken up into multiple dives in a session, so that way you are actually surfacing and letting your nitrogen dissipate. Yeah. They have stuff that calculate that for you. The super expensive diving watches. Yeah, I didn't know people LARP with diving watches. Maybe oh, I can be that annoying person, be like, oh, that's a dive watch. Do you dive? Do you dive? Are you certified? What's your favorite scuba spot? You ever gone spearfishing? What's the deepest depth you went? Oh, you don't dive? I can't be that person. Okay, and then they taught us how to use a compass too. Which, I actually never knew that was how you were supposed to use them. Because video games, you open your compass, you just follow the needle. But that's not how it actually works. You have to set the bevel. I was like, oh, you know, in video games, you just open that shit, it's like, oh, it's pointing to where you gotta go, or you just go that way. No, it's not like that. Needle pointing what? They just have the level. It's called the level, right? Level line. Level line. They just have, like, in video games, you open a compass, this is the level line. Is it level? Oh, lubber. They just have the lubber line pointing to the thing you're supposed to go to, which is not how it works. How it actually works is with the dive compass. You have this. Here I'm teaching you guys, then I'm also learning. The red line is the lubber line. The lubber line should be an extension of your body, and you always go where the lubber line is headed. So if somebody said, okay, go west, you would turn west, in which case this would turn like this, and the line would go. Now the line will go this way. Okay, and then you set the bevel to north. It's already set on north. And then you keep the north aligned with the bevel, then you follow this. And then to go back, you turn back around 180, and then you set this is gonna move this way. Very good. They had us do that today. Yeah, and then you do it. They call it an Xbox 360 because you turn 360 and then you walk away. Now do it with hypothermia and nitrogen narcosis. Did I eat fish? No, I had Triton that the ship chef cooked, and it was really good. They make you navigate a square in advanced? Yeah, I mean, that shit would be easy. I could do that. I can navigate a square. At night? Okay, then you just need some light, no big deal. Actually, at night diving would be more interesting because more little creatures come out at night. You have to count your kicks and all that. That's true. And you have to make sure you don't run into anything because it is. You're using it, you're just like staring straight down. And then runs into a shark, and the shark is like, sumimasen! And then the shark starts blushing. And then you're like, oh! Sumimasen! And it's very shy. Oh, gomen. Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot the word for sorry. Sharks don't speak English? No. The polite ones speak Japanese. Hello, Wingle. Sumimasen? Yeah, it's like excuse me or something. I'm gonna paint this. Cantissimo. 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 It was very good. I love udon. I think udon's better than ramen. Well, I like, if I had to rate like what I prefer to eat, I would go udon and then very close second pho and then instant ramen and then restaurant ramen. I don't really like, it's not that I don't like it. I'd still eat it, but I don't prefer it. Fucking love pho. And pho, no matter what kind of pho you get, you always feel nice after eating it. Cause it's not heavy, the broth is nice, it's flavorful. Enjoy. Very enjoy. There's no authentic noodles where you live, it's time to make your own. Ramen is very fatty. Or it generally is. I know they have lighter broths. No, I don't have the cilantro soap, Gina. I have the cilantro. I want to fuck cilantro. Like, it tastes so good. When I have hot pot and they have the make your own sauces, my sauce is 95 cilantro and then like 3 drops of soy sauce maybe. It's just entirely cilantro. I fucking love that shit. Thanks, Terobio. I fucking love cilantro. You don't understand. I fucking love cilantro. No, you don't get it. I will have an entire plate of cilantro and just like chew that shit like a brontosaurus with every bite I take of whatever hot pot I'm eating. Like, just straight up chopsticks, grab a bunch of cilantro. Brontosaurus. I don't know, I can't remember the last time I sniffed Chinese herbal medicine. Come to Taiwan. I really want to go to Taiwan. I think I would have fun. But I should definitely brush up on my Chinese. Girl, how do you feel Do I like escape rooms? Yeah? Escape rooms are basically Resident Evil. Has there been Resident Evil escape room? Well, me and Void did that one, and the person that designed it, like the set designer, was like, we were scared to make it too easy because what if you guys were really smart? And then we turned out to be really smart that we finished it in like 2 seconds. Because she said it was supposed to take like, well, it was supposed to take longer than how fast we did. We literally walked in the room and solved it immediately. Like, oh. Tell me how you've been feeling. Let's work it out on the remix. Oh. Yeah, elite gamer knowledge. When at least when I'm drawing, it's swaying less. No, it's fucking swaying again. I just pointed it out and I feel it more. Oh jeez. Designer later calls a guy that booked you two and chewing him out for getting streamers that don't drool over themselves. Not trying to brag, I'm trying to brag. I have had an incident with doing a certain sponsor that I told them, I straight up was like, okay, basically I arrived to do the sponsor and they gave me a briefing, or actually they told me to arrive earlier because they were like, okay, we had some streamers who were, like they didn't really like figure out the game. There was like some complications with the mechanics, and I was like, so I arrived a little earlier and I'm like, hey, no worries, I'm a gamer, I got this. And they're like, yeah, but like we had some other gamers too. We do the thing, I do the thing, and then I was like, see, I told you I got it. And they're like, yeah, I'm actually really impressed. You did really well, and I didn't really have to explain anything. I'm like, imagine wind on my face right now. Damn right. And then everybody clapped. No, they actually did clap for me. They did. The person, it was Einstein. They did clap. I am always amazed at the bare minimum that streamers need to do and then get congratulated for. Life is great, what can I say? You showed up on time! Well done! Evangelion clapping scene. You were only late by 5 minutes! Well done! Well done! I need to figure out my colors. I copy pasted one of the birds. Don't look at what I'm doing now then. What other seabirds are there? Delicate Wingle. Wingle's ugly. Well, I'll do like. Cramorant? No, Cramorant's not gonna fit. His Cramorant's too dark blue. Latios and Latias? Wait, I could put Lugia in the back. Nah, it would be way too much. He's kind of overbearing. Juana with the boobies? With the bra? Nah, I think it's whatever. I'll just do this. I should have just sketched this. Give me the song.
Take me to the place where the boys are wearing lace, the girls are wearing leather, my body feels the bass. Take me to the place where the boys are wearing lace, the girls are wearing leather, my body feels the bass, my body feels the bass, my body
I
feels the
love
bass.
this song.
Girls are wearing leather, my body feels the bass.
Like, oh mamas.
I'm the hottest bitch out here, save it.
Oh, I can open his mouth too.
Everybody on the floor get naked. If you're jumping on the floor, then break it. If you're crying on the floor, get wasted. If you take another shot, don't chase it. Everybody on the floor get naked. Take me to the place where the boys are
This song does shrink your waist.
wearing leather. My body feels the bass. Take me to the place where the boys are wearing lace. The girls are wearing leather. My body feels the bass.
What's it called? It's called Leather by Baby Jane.
The girls are wearing leather. My body feels the bass.
I like every song I added. Like, I was fucking creaming pussy in the backseat of the Uber.
To break the locks of violation, I need the flashing lights, the lust at night, the consummation. I need a soulmate that I don't know, babe. And a trio escape where the lost souls say. Take me to the place where the boys are wearing
Metaphorically.
lace, the girls are wearing leather. My body feels the bass. Take me to the place where the boys are wearing lace, the girls are wearing leather. My body feels the bass.
I need to adjust my color values.
Body feels the bass. The girls are
Getting banned in Uber, that was not literal. Prank? It's already in there. You think I don't know ball? You think I don't freaking know ball?
Baby, I'm just trying to play.
No, give me another pussy music. I like this one.
Girls like me never die. Get to die for, make you cry. Girls like me don't play shy. Roll our eyes.
Jump Out the Window by Big Sean?
Got you spinning, 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 spinning. Got you spinning, 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 spinning. Got you spinning, 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 spinning. Got you.
Yeah, I didn't think that was the one. That would be funny though.
Your arms around me, hold on tight. The world's on fire and we ride through the night. Baby,
Big Sean. I just remember that song from so long ago. Big Sean.
You coming up, cause like me, never die, it's a die for, make you cry, cause like me, don't play shy, roll our eyes, never die, got you spinning, 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 got you spinning, 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 got you spinning, 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 got you spinning. Faster than an arrow.
This is a good song.
Promised you heaven. Stab me in the heart. I stab you in the back. Till death to us part. Head on the tarmac. Cause like me, we never die. That's a die for. Make you cry. Cause like me,
I need to catch up the foreground.
eyes. We never die. We got you spinning, 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 spinning. We got you spinning, 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 spinning. We got you spinning, 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 spinning. We got you spinning.
Spinach, 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 spinach. Spinach, spinach, spinach.
Something chronic, bit demonic. I've been on the late shift. Staring at my phone. Sin and tonic, stupid
Hope
plan is
Leo.
something like a death wish. Staring to my soul. If I wanna stay alive,
Yeah, if you can't post that Megan walking emote gif to the song that I play, I've failed. Waist shrinking, is that is that the new saying? Waist shrinking. Why it doesn't move in the stream? I don't know, because your mother. I don't know. I don't know. Hope I'm drawing Hope Leo. I don't know. Bye. I need to catch up the background. That's what I need to do. I really like how they did the water here. Well done. What's up? What the fuck is all this? Yeah, I retweeted this picture from the artist if you want to go find it. It's on my Twitter somewhere. I was like, wow. That's a wonderful water. Actually, I don't remember if I did. I might have saved it. I have that shit somewhere. Oh, here it is. This piece of shit! It's a repost! Who's the fucking artist? Fuck! I'm killing myself. They didn't credit the artist. I hope this person breaks both kneecaps, inshallah. That's kismet. And then we find out it's AI. God. The fucking double whammy. Silly man. Where I get the brushes from? They're available if you type exclamation brushes. I've been using them for a long time. This one I definitely have the artist. I really like how they did the rim lighting. I don't think I'm gonna add pink to mine though. Thanks, Aiden. But then if I add this... No, I don't want the cloud reflection, then I can't do this. This is my favorite shade of blue. This is a very nice blue. I need to finish Crime and Punishment soon. Oh my god, Crime and Punishment? When is Crime and Punishment? 1866. 1866, Dostoevsky talks about the performative man. The Pyotr Petrovich is the performative man. I was like, oh, Dostoevsky. David Dobsky. I still like notes from the underground more. Fucking love the ocean. I need to go back in, please. Just kidding. I think I got mild sunburn. Probably not. I think I would definitely want to free dive in more tropical warm waters. Cold ass California coasts? Hell no. I'm gonna get fucking hypothermia. Giga sunscreen? Yeah, I just didn't put I didn't reapply sunscreen when I surfaced because I was being a sack of shit. It was my bad. Oops. Your GF burst her eardrum because she didn't equalize properly. You must equalize before you feel discomfort and equalize often as you descend. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Naughty, naughty. Very naughty, naughty. Oops. I was accidentally do that. Yeah, Void has a lot of trouble equalizing. Because he has an issue with his ear. So he has to go really slow. Which kind of sucks. Because I'm like, damn, it's because it's very uncomfortable feeling that blockage. Great Barrier Reef. There's one reason I don't like the song is because I can't relate to it. She's singing about how she missed the way she used to be and the girl that she used to be, but I'm like, I am quite the opposite, and this is like one reason I can't. Let's listen to this one instead. Like, I can't relate. Same with songs that's like, oh, I'm missing him so much. I'm like, no, I don't. I can't relate. Yeah, my life has only gone better. I can't relate to that. Farewell. None. Your forehead is distracted because I got a fucking sunburn like right here. Oh my god. That lyric, if my girl says we should leave, I give my card and number and leave. Love that. And we fucking leave. Thanks, Leah. No, that guy's talking about my fucking sunburn. It's just like right here, because that was also where I wore a hood. My hooded vest. It's this. yeah, my other Death Strand, I forgot their name. My Woodkid Death Stranding vinyl came in. I did post it. Yeah. Life is so good, don't kill yourself. Oh yeah, I was wearing my Death Stranding hoodie and someone asked if I worked on the game. I should have said yes. Me and Kojima are best friends. And he scanned my feed. Yeah, they ordered the other ones or what? I have the game one and then the Woodkid one. Is there another one? One more red art? I don't think I have that one. I don't have it. Yeah, I always wear my Death Stranding hoodie because it's such a, it's just like a nice hoodie. It's my beater outfit. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna go watch Men in Black too, so I can turn my brain off. Men in Black? I watched one last stream? Or was it, I think? Yeah, no, I want to watch the second one. Someone said the second one, or like multiple people said the second one's really good. Smooth operator. I am so smooth operating. So smooth operating. I bought the book for No Country for Old Men because I wanted to read it. I got too many fucking books I need to read. Fuck my life. Oops.